Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is epistemic-gnomes and we are continuing with our live streaming on live organic rigging in Blender. And so this is an OC character, Dorothy, for sci-fi fantasy stories, like future 3D animation maybe. Okay. So I was having, this is episode 11 of this live streaming of mount rigging, and we are trying to achieve something like, I'm going to repeat myself, but I'm basically a 2D, 3D quality, so I should have picked that before, but I'm using this cartoony reference. There's those characters in has been auto animation. You see there are some crazy mouth expressions, okay, not regular stuff for good cartoons, right? But actually this character design is really cool, and we want to make this kind of expressions in Blender with this mesh topology, maybe yes, maybe more mesh loops, subdivisions, I don't know. I've never made a good mouth rig and actually completed the mouth rig, although I cannot say the same for eyes rig. So the eye rigs is quite cartoony. I can say it nearly matches those expressions, although I wasn't trying to copy this. I had other reference. Of course, there are many other variations that probably I can. So these very straight lines here. Yeah, so it's very interesting. And of course, I have reference on 3D Pixar, and we could tell also Blender Studio some of their animations, and of course 3D language. It's very difficult to have cartoony 2D cartoony shape if you want to shape this as mesh, right? If we want with deforming, with skinning stuff, right? So that's why probably there's not enough content on that. And even if we use all that I'm using, like spline skinning, the tendency is to get more like realistic stuff, right? Because it's more like akin to sculpture, right? But the objective is to tweak this, and so we know that I know that it is possible. I have seen some examples in 3D that do not use like 2D shapes, like for example 2D texture. In this case, these iris pupils here are 2D, the sclera 2, so texture, so doesn't bother because this is plain stuff. So it's not the kind of we could do something for the mouth, but the mouth is different, right? Of course, we could say that a more realistic eye could have some deepness, right? So you see what I mean? Okay, so I don't know how to read those things, more realistic things that also are used in anime and other cartoons. They are beautiful eyes, certainly can be made. I just don't. That doesn't interest me a lot. At least now, I like it, but I don't know. It's too complicated. I don't mess with that yet. I'm okay with this simple texture. However, for the mouth shapes, for some reason I'm a bit how to say, skeptical about the 2D thing. Maybe if the character was like for more stylized than it is, and it is possible, right, to have this even more stylized, simplified mesh, then perhaps I could consider, well, why not make 2D text? This will solve my problem, right? We just have to make like swapping, maybe some grease pencil 2D animation. But I'm a rigger or experimental rigger, so I want to try the craziest thing as I learn to adapt my character originally from 2D drawings, right, to 3D. And so this is also part of an adaptation process. And so here I have a list of things. Maybe I do not see myself, but probably you're seeing it in the bottom left corner. I have something like extend lips wave paint. So this is all that I want to do in this session here. Would take probably many hours, but I don't know if I can finish all those tasks. But basically what it is, yes, it's the first time I put these notes, so there they go. I cannot see myself, it doesn't appear in Blender, so I need to open another version. So never mind. So here I have to read here, sorry, for myself. So extend lips wave painting. Okay, what is this? Is that we have these lips and wave painting. If we try to deform this, what happens? The mesh there. What happens is that currently is that okay, so I had some keyframes. Alright, so what happens is that we have those tweak bone or control bones, and oh, they are okay. I have to, never mind. So we have I was remaking the rigs. We have to use this instead. So what you see is that okay, the lips move, but there's not enough wave paint for these bendy bone splines here. This is a bendy bone spline for the top, not this for the bottom. So here's the spline, and here is the, so these move the lips. All right, it can make many subtle changes, not very good actually regarding all that I want. But okay, so we have this, and there's not enough waves for these splines out there, and spline skinning should allow to have good deforms all around the surroundings. So for example, let's get here. No, this is lock protected mesh. Okay, so you see, so there's not enough waves, actually not waves at all outside the lips except this part here, this border, and same for the interior of the mouth, at least in the beginning. So lots of problems, interpretation should occur if we don't wave paint that, and so I need to expand. That's why this idea. At some point I believe I will need an additional splines, because I don't believe these bendy bone splines here would be enough to like push this mouth, like to make something big, expressive out towards this region. For example, I believe I need perhaps another set, right, of looping. They're not looping actually, but another set of splines, maybe more, yeah, around this shape, something like that, right? Maybe even around here, I'm not sure, but this is something we will try to do in this presentation. So this was make outer mouth BB splines, by the way. Then there is make profile BB splines. With what is profile? Is this profile? So this idea to make verticalized splines that like would control this profile of the chin, which is very delicate in its character design. It's probably, yeah, let's not have it include the lips, because the lips have their own deformed bones, and then maybe that bone can cross the mouth and actually affect that area too, or make another spline for that. And I know from some artists that do spline skinning in Blender with bendy bones, it is possible to make a spline for the nose, so I'm very intrigued by that. Okay, my experience with spline skinning is not large, but I know, yeah, it's quite good at this point. All this eye was rigged with mostly spline skinning, and it's pretty smooth. You can, yeah, should I show this? Yeah, so that you have an idea what I'm talking about. So I believe the potential showed here with the rig that took many time. I have a tutorial about this kind of rig, by the way, in my but it's very long and probably very complicated. But the process actually doesn't take so long. I should remake that tutorial. It has like 20 videos in a sequence. If you're interested, start out watching that, but go past the fundamentals, go directly to the step-by-step, and that's it. Or just focus on what interests you. So this was the time where I used to make a lot of very long tutorials. Now, okay, so we have here some spline skinning. So what's happening here? Okay, the bones, you see there. So let's see. So you have plenty of features here, but not so. Even the eyebrows, it's very simple to do this with spline skinning, but it requires some strategy, right? We can it matters where we place the splines, the state of the splines on edit mode. It matters. Then of course there's the control rig also, which can be very complicated, especially for this part here, because there are some relations that we need to make some sort of I can call it proportional posing. So not all the bones they move in sync. They move in sync, the ones that are affected by this main bone, which I'm selecting here. So we have also one here, and so we can make poses for the eyelids that also pose the eyelashes in an automated way. And then we have, yeah, so the main bones that carry everything, but we can also pose this orbicularis oculi rig, like very cartoony, right? So this is the idea with spline skinning. This can of course be made with shape keys, but these shape keys are not dynamic like this, right? In principle, you can, of course, you can blend shape keys, but between themselves, but it's like more analytical, right? It can sometimes might be difficult to go to one expressive shape to another at least myself, it's not never clear how to do it. So I like the idea of having this possibility of armature deformed thing, or some controllers that allow to have crossing expressions in a more intuitive way than and this takes a lot of time to investigate, but yes, so we can control here, and you see this is actually a very interesting rig. It's not perfect, there are some issues that I'm still trying to solve, but mostly it's ready. So after being able to do this with spline skinning, then I assume I know very little about mount rigging. So as I said, the mount interiors are still a big mystery to me, to how they solve it properly. So I'm struggling with that. But anyways, okay, so you see we can do tons of expressions here. It's very cool. So that's the power of spline skinning in Blender, and of course other CG software. Let's hide this, so let's go back to our mount rig. And the idea here, in case you're wondering, why this largely open mouth and stuff like that, right? Why this thing, these trench shapes for the lips here? Well, the idea here I'm talking about often is that the shapes of the lips in this case would be a sort of a half kiss shape for the lips, for the mouth, so that the idea is to have a better rest position, so that the deforms would be start out already with some more anatomical shapes that perhaps are good, perhaps are bad for, and then the fact that then the idea is that this is not a total kiss shape, right, which is probably one of the hardest morphs to obtain, I assume, in with armature deform, but shape keys would give you this instantaneously. So I'm still considering using shape keys, but this will be my last resort. I want to see as far as what they can do for all this without shape keys. At some point, though, I think shape keys will be the best solution. For example, there are some deformers for the teeth, so cartoon teeth arcades, they stretch and squash, they get crazy shapes.
I started to build that here, but yeah, here we go. So, but now it's a bit chaotic. I need to revise some aspect. They relate to the jaw. So you have the top jaw, top arcade stuff, but it's, yeah, the mechanism here of jaw I've calculated, but there are some pivoting point issues. Not so much the pivoting point, but there are some things that I need to assess, like yes, perhaps there are still pivoting point issues, especially here the distance. Some part here should go. There's some mechanism I need to solve there, and let's see. Don't remember what is that. Okay, so and then there is this thing here which allows for I think it's this bone. Yeah, so here we can this large bone here in the front, they allow to reshape. Of course there are some interpretations there. It's not working well enough right now, but the idea is that they can we can use them to rescale in a symmetric way the bones with spline skinning. But but these deforms are still not good, and we can also tilt. So the mesh doesn't. So you see the pivoting point of the mesh is not very. It's the same mesh object, by the way. So it's all inside the same mesh object. So there are some issues I still am considering how to resolve. So yeah, so that's why I don't really know everything, what should be the best approach, but in principle some aspects of this should work. Maybe if I have made this as a separate mesh object, or if I have a better way to set the pivot point or the scaling point of this thing, so these things will deform more regularly. And of course the biggest problem is actually, it's not even those mechanics, oh how do you do that, and no, the biggest problem, the biggest challenge for me is how to get this out, whatever I use for 3D, at least how do you get cartoon 3D stuff that are good enough that they resemble 2D, right? So so this is the ultimate challenge. If I can do that, I think I can die in peace. No, there's many more challenges. So this is the goal here, and we'll do whatever we can to achieve this. So that's why I'm continuing those crazy live streaming on this thing. I think it's perfectly feasible. No, I lied. Not perfectly feasible. There's a risk that it is physically impossible. That is stylistically impossible what I'm attempting to do. But it doesn't mean that we cannot approach certain level of 3D cartoon expressions that match more or less okay. And I've seen this, I know this is possible to some good extent, because I've seen some 3D deforms that sort of seem to be good, but I don't know how to achieve those results as of yet. So this is a learning process, and then if I conclude this I can make a tutorial. Okay, enough talking, let's just continue, finish here. So the profile splines, okay, and tongue rig, yes, because the tongue is there inside, this should be a separate subject, like okay, it's we can say the tongue rig, although whatever you use for it, spline skinning, or we can add some eye key. I'm still haven't decided how to rig it, but it should be, because it's a simple tongue, nothing special.
and I have some tricks for that, so it should be very simple, relatively simple. I mean, here the mouth is much more complicated. All right, so the tongue is just like a tentacle, right? Rig, so there's nothing new, right, to it. Okay, so let's go here and let's expand the wave painting already. Sorry for the excessive explanation, but I needed to contextualize maybe once more. Next times I think I will try to simplify. So I have some sort of mouth interior protectors here, and we are going to use them. I also, sorry, the sound here of this playlist is too loud for me, but for you maybe it won't be, because I have set it differently. All right, let's get those protection layers here, protection vertex groups. I have a mouth region to work on wave painting for the mouth. I can hide this stuff for the eyes, because, and also hair, we don't need any of those. Ambience we don't need. And now, okay, so I said I need to paint the inside, right? So I think, okay, I see what happens. I made an update in the mesh geometry, so we need to include now these faces, just this too. So assign, lock, there we go. It's wave 1, so that's great. It's just, this is not wave painting, this is just for hiding, protection, right? So it hides and it protects simultaneously. I think here we have some issue with this. Just saw this mistake here, so let's just solve here. This would be some shape for the canyon, but I think it's wrong also. Yeah, so we are going to readdress this thing later. You see, I keep it connected, and maybe this is a huge mistake, but I believe it is possible to keep it connected, but at which cost I'm trying to understand. So alright, let's go back. So I have the mouth interior here. Okay, I had this little problem there, but now we solved that adaptation because I changed the mesh, the polish there to connect more stuff there. There are some crazy mesh topology at that point. Okay, so like this is the range of mesh that I'm probably working for the mouth region. This is why I have this mouth region thing. I could hide mouth interior, except that we require mouth interior mesh in this lips wave paint. So we're gonna take this off, and probably this, and maybe also maybe here too. So right before it reaches the seams of the gums, maybe we can also, yeah, include that. Okay, so something like that could be the actual mouth interior region to wave paint with the lips, for the lips. And actually we could call this lips large, something like that. So let's, because this seems to be important here, we'll be dealing with that, so let's prepare this already. So hide lips how to say lips large, yes, lips large, that's it. So no, not assign that, actually invert the selection. We can also take off some vertices there, because this shouldn't include this wave painting of this, right? So it makes no sense. So let's just take this off, and sometimes it's difficult to know exactly what we want, so right, we need to ready those things over and over again. So here the tip of the nose, should they, yeah, maybe it's good, yeah. Otherwise we could make parenting relations, right, or bone constraint that could drag bones, but this is yeah, what should drag some features of the facial? It should be certain bones can drag others, like the mechanism, but sometimes we can avoid this, which is not bad, but we can make differently. Maybe I should include this just because we got this stuff here, so yeah. But this is the tip of the chin. This is a bit dangerous there, but let's include this also. Then we can get all these loops. It's more regular in this mesh topology. So I assign, and we going to lock, and we're going to sort by name. So now it goes there at the top. This would require to go like 3A, lips large, it's right after the mouth, could be before the lips, so 3BA, 3B something, 3B0, yeah, whatever. I should give numbers after the letter, it should be easier. Sort by name. Well, it won't make much difference, right? It will be the same problem as 3B. Yeah, 3B0. Okay, so here it is. So I could hide everything else with the invert thing, and maybe the faces or just the vertices. The vertices. There we go. And this is our stuff to wave paint. We don't need a selection layer to protect. Maybe we need at some point, because we will need, because we have already painted the lips, so we don't want them to interfere. So what we're gonna do, we get, let's check the up to where we went. A bit hard to see actually. Let's assume, yeah, to simplify, let's assume it was just the lips themselves. Alright, so we'll make a selection of the lips, and of course I have hide lips stuff, and so here I'm not gonna hide it, I'm just going to invert this selection. Should include that other, so we could use the add, so that will include the last one, because we're gonna tweak that. If it's a bad choice, we exclude that. I think it will be useful because we want to reinforce those waves. The one real problem is that I thought that, oh no, let's finish the waves there already, and then actually this makes very easy that the lips, as we pose them, they just interpenetrated this mesh very short here, and they don't go very far, and we lose a lot of potential expression. So that's why what I'm thinking that I need, I think I will do it that bone, this bone which controls certain things generic for the mouth. It would be able to, this bone or some other bone around here, that will be able to drag the mouth around the mesh topology. I seriously don't know how to do it in a safe way. We'll have to try it out, right? Maybe it could be some sort of system, like how do you call it, hook, that the mesh is hooked to this, like it's kind of crazy, but maybe it could work. The hook stuff doesn't interact exactly the same way as skinning algorithms, so something very, very curious about. And we can wave paint hooks, hook modifiers, so they affect the mesh in sort of transforming way rather than a deforming way. So very curious substance to explore, but I will have to investigate. If possible, we try to do it with just with just armature deform. So we'll see how to do it. There's a very large area to deform, to displace the mesh. So it's probably that's why I'll need. I wonder how much mesh topology I need to solve that kind of thing, right? All right, folks. Sorry. Let's get with this selection. We go here for the bones, and we want to wave paint them. Of course, only the deformed bones. And now we pick this. We have our protection layer, and the rest invisible. So you see, this is very, very good workflow, very organized, and this is the kind of workflow is sort of required if we intend to make organized wave painting, right? Otherwise, for stuff complex as this, otherwise there's great chance we just get crazy because it's just too much stuff. Okay, so now I'm suffering with active group is okay. I picked the wrong bone. Okay, there we go. So the reason why these bones exist is that it will only allow us to, yeah, there's a problem with the spline skinning in the edge of the symmetry. So this is why I don't, okay, what I'm doing here. Yeah, so let's blur that thing out. I'm just, I don't think I need those waves there, but let's, since we start, let's get this. You see, these waves can get there, but I'm trying not to get any waves to the center there. It can generate some issues with the splines, something I didn't knew about. It sounds like it's a big problem actually. We can sort of ignore it, but it's pretty annoying. Is that we get, because the bendy bone is oriented this way, as it stretches and squash, we have all part of the bone on this orientation will affect sort of this side, and then we are moving the bone here and here, stretching it here, and it affects the mesh here, like and it's very bizarre. If you look in real time, it will probably be very bad in animation. Some small tweaks sometimes, but it's ugly. It's like, whoa, what happened there? So you see something moving on the other side, you get terrible thing. So those splines, this is not a bendy bone spline. This one, it's a regular deformed bone, and it takes this mesh in the middle exactly. And so having this, why just what happens if this why here no wave paint in the middle, this takes the wave paint in the middle. Although it can share weight with the rest, that's okay, but this cannot share wave in the middle. And still some issues occur, but the worst I think is when it takes in the middle, because then it's affected by, that mesh is affected by both this and this, and then not very interesting. So let's leave it. Oh, what I'm doing, we need some protection, right? So I think I exaggerated because this bone doesn't. Let's just erase then some waves here. I really don't know if what I'm doing here is very important. It's just here that since we have this bone, let's get this thing done for it, and the rest is just yeah, let's also smooth a lot because this is probably useless. Alright, something like that. And now we can, yeah, so this makes me think that I should also continue here for this one, do similar thing, and then I should take off this middle edge, right, middle edge ring, just for right, take off that that thing for this for the other wave painting, so I won't get anything from the middle since it can be so problematic. Yeah, and that is fine. I don't think we need more than that. Yeah, just like fine. And then now this is not finished because for either of them, these bones, because they're still the inside which is there, so we need to do something like that. And then we blur here, that's fine, simple stuff. And yeah, something like that. And that's it. I think no more here. And so this was the bottom one. Yeah, so that's ready. Then the top one, the interior also wasn't fixed. I forgot. There are some waves already here as I let it be, but we need to, okay, and just, yeah, be careful not to mix stuff, right, because the bottom and top area are not protected one from the other, they are just okay. Here I don't know, as the spline there shouldn't affect anymore here, so it's okay. And here, really about that part, let's just compare. So let's just compare. Yeah, it goes sort of, it's okay to get some blue waves towards that part. The important is that at least here should be more red to these linear blend skinning bones. Alright, and now let's get the, yeah, and because there's the profile bone spline that I want to test. I don't matter much about this, so we'll solve that later. So now I need to return to, now that we start with the bendy bones, right? So I'll take off this actually this I'll take off the, I'm trying to take off this this line of edge here. I tried to do it with, okay, so did I forget something there? No, I think this is okay. So take this off, and maybe there we, well, if we need, I just add manually in the other. So I'm not able to, I think this is done with, okay, so I seem to have forgotten how to do this, or I'm using something which doesn't allow this kind of, so don't know what's happening, so let's just manually unselect. All right. I'm so concerned of how long it takes to make those selections that I'm gonna make a new selection. And okay, here too. So we get having this thing, we're going to make another just in case. Hide. Oh, I think I had the caps lock on. That's sorry, that should be why. So lips large 2. Yeah, because why not? Then assign, select. Is that it? It's it. So now we sort by name. We forgot, of course, the 3B0 again. Sort by name. Okay, now it goes below. So, all right. Let's see here. We now can finally start the wave painting bendables plant. I'm taking so long because it takes time to organize this thing. It will be maddening if we try. I don't want to do some random stuff like we want to do with some sort of precision. It's very easy to get nasty results, so this is why I'm being extremely careful. So here you can wave paint. I know what is it to lose patience with wave painting, and maybe it's better to waste time preparing for wave painting than actually struggling with the wave. So good preparation means less suffering in the end, I think. So here we got yes, this is very strong waves, so maybe this is not that a good idea. So let's get something, because the lips have the strongest waves, right? So this area, see, it's just some area around here, so it shouldn't have all that I'm doing. But I'm trying to extrapolate because I want to see the results, and I could be posing too, so maybe we should do some posing at some point. So let's wave here, right? Let's not be too shy about how we solve stuff here. Even more, although, yeah, I lack bones here. I'm already considering there would be some influence there. We'll see. With this I have already tried some extend, but they were slight waves and a bit more perhaps, but I didn't go that far, so I'm very curious about how this will turn out to be. Well, this is always complicated to get sometimes what we want, right? Sometimes it adds, sometimes it... Alright, here this seems okay, so... Yeah, we shouldn't require to be very precise here actually, right? It's... Maybe I'm just being too careful, trying to make like the perfect wave painting, which of course doesn't exist. It's just, it's sort of course the waves themselves, they are exacting stuff, the ratios, mathematics, but there are many factors that will affect how these waves work, right? So there's the bone constraints, the bone transforms, the stacking transforms, the whatever object modifiers, subdivisions, shape keys, you name it. So it's not like, oh, if we can't solve something just with waves, we use other things to solve, and so that makes that the waves themselves are relevant, but it's not exactly that they need to be perfect to have great deforms. If they are good, just good enough, this is opens, this can help then even solving the problems with other things, and certain things we cannot just solve with waves, or if we do, no, we can't. There are things that we just can't, we need to use because of the skinning algorithm. So it will rely on specific techniques. If we can solve things in with waves only, it means either the rig is pretty simple, or that we have other systems that like good bones everywhere, like bone systems, bone rigs, which are actually complicated enough that will counter some skinning algorithm. Or maybe it's that we are using a skinning algorithm that is special for certain circumstance. So okay, so what I'm doing here, let's jump for the next, and let's protect layer. And so here this already bone goes here, right? This here, as I had the question, should I add another spline here? Yes. So we are trying to make it without doing that. We see what that will do. So here I'm going to be a bit exaggerated in this part. And let's be a bit crazy here. Yeah, maybe we need more waves in here, in that area. But we're gonna blur. So this bone here is very, very strong in this area, and we'll see what it will do. But it being strong and the other not so, maybe the other could be better here, I don't know. We are going to see how this works out. Soon enough we're gonna see, folks. So if you are curious as me, then this is the moment is coming. The moment of truth is coming. If this, yeah, I think this is not enough. We will need the extra spline, but if it starts to show good results, we will try to even add more waves there. We'll see. Now we have these splines. Oh, always be careful about the. So I'm using paint mask on a keyboard shortcut that I've created. Keyboard shortcut. So I just added assign shortcut, right? So to the paint mask, and same for vertex paint. When you only have selected a single line of vertices like that. So this is P, this is O. We can't use them simultaneously, either one or the other. And we can't pick a bone, select a bone when we are on one of those modes. It will make the selection, it will destroy the selection. So very bad. Then we do Control Z and we lose everything. So there's another method, however, which is I always forget, but it's actually valuable in certain. But in this case, it's not very smart. See, Shift right click on the mesh on wave pane mode will show all the vertex groups on that region on this context menu. However, it's a bit hard to navigate, as you see. You need to know the name of the bones, the vertex groups, right? So these are not bones, these are vertex groups, and it also relates to vertex groups which are not related to deformed bones. So, but they are vertex groups affecting the mesh where we clicked, the vertices that are affected. Okay. So here, for example, here is invisible, so it doesn't matter. Here, though, it selects. Okay. So it will be still difficult to know which is the vertex group that I want if I'm not totally sure about about the bone. Sorry. I want to switch to that bone, and then the bone doesn't change, I guess. So, for example, this one. So this is def lip up B bone
left 002, so the other is same but 001. So def flip is this one. Def mount, what is this? I don't know what is this. But this I know. Okay, so you see, it selected this bone, but the bone isn't selected. The vertex group is selected though, so if I go back here, this will be this. Okay, select this, but then, so it's confusing, right? But if that works, that works. I'm just not used to this. It bugs my mind. I could get terrified. Oh, my bone is not selected. I'm painting the wrong. No, I find it too much, too risky. Risky that can help in that doesn't help avoiding mistakes, I think. So I prefer just take off the paint mask or the vertex selection option and swap bone, right? Like this to this, then re-enable the stuff. And it's annoying, especially for posing. You want to immediately pose, so yeah, it's. But doing this is also annoying, you see. So there's just no way that I know. Yeah, Blender UI, right? It's great and it's bad in different ways, but usually it's better than worse than bad, right? So we love Blender, and Blender is the great software, open source Blender philosophy, yeah, and it's getting better all the time. So that's why and the community is very cool and all that. So we are not giving up on Blender. Blender is a game changer. It's for the people. Alright, so, but it worth making some criticism, because the best thing is that if we can provide some, yeah, as I'm not a developer, I don't have developing skills, scripting, all that I don't have. I just know some notions, but that's all. I would like to contribute to the system, but it's too much. I don't have time to this, but I find it very interesting. So the best thing, it's really cool when especially when certain artists, they got some needs that, oh, I know how to do that. I'll try to make a script or something, an add-on, for example, that will solve. So especially if it's for free of, or it's for Blender inbuilt stuff, right, later. So, okay, let's consider this is fine for this one. Has a lot of waves down there. Oh, I forgot the inside. Okay, so you see, I'm just doing the outside part. The inside, it's much simpler, right? Here it seems that it's large, but that is just one line of one edge loop there. Okay, so these waves are not required. It's too much, just this area, I guess. Yeah, we can see where it matches, so somewhere like here. And yeah, this can go up to there. Don't know if this requires all this expansion. But it's low wave, it won't waves, this won't do much, so let's see. Just check. But it's good to have some regularity. So for example, if I wave paint this one up to there, oh, this one is already going up to there, so that's regular wave painting. And this one I wave painting up to there. Okay, so this one goes up to there, that's fine. It doesn't stop like here. So yeah, just regularity, right? And here same thing, this goes that far. Then let's have this one maybe include that far, right?
So these ones, the exteriors ones, I'm making them the ones that go, that covers nearly everything on the mesh, even with very low waves. Yeah, this I don't know, but yeah, let's cover that too. Here, some remaining. I just realized I was not locking the stuff. Alright, and then why not? Let's bring this up to here. Could have more blend waves here, why not? So these ones are very powerful, and actually it makes sense. I think they are very powerful because this area is larger and there's lot of area still left there. Well, for these other ones it's just like not much thing, right? So now the inside, mount interior. So let's see. There's this is not the mount interior. So here we could do something else because I have saved those things, right? I can lose this selection at any time. Now this unmake the selection, right? I still have it as a lips large too, right? So what I will do is that having this, I will try to do something to okay, just trying to figure something out here. I don't have a way to unselect this. I have with L sim, so shift L, but for select link sim. Because the ellipse is a sim, and so this allows me to do this. Okay, so this is my selection. Now we can go here. So but be very patient with that. Not rush. Sorry, we need to. Okay, so here is it's just bizarre to look at it, but there it is. Yes, this is exactly what I want. So yeah, this is easier to look at, right, for this part. So we understand. This is for the interior already. So we pick this bone, start with that. We will start wave painting. So we could use like this to push these vertices here. It shouldn't have much waves though, as it reaches the, yeah, complicated to use this. I never know the orientation. Okay, then we can probably blur, and it's okay, I cannot blur too much because there it doesn't go past, right? So, and keep blurring, I think that's fine, and there we have some issues, right? Soon we find that we cannot. Okay, so here would be a case where you could probably try to take off waves like that, and here I want more influence probably. Of course the mesh is not deformed. I want to change the rest position, the start rest position for the jaws, so they kind of follow this mouth shape, and that would make more sense, right? So but I'll not do it right now because I'm afraid of some aspects of rigging that I don't want to touch right now, but soon enough I should do it, perhaps in this live after I finish this thing. Okay, so this let's hope this will be enough. Let's go now for the next bendy bone. So this one, then protect. So here same issue, we need to, same question, so it's to push this there. Here's a lot of area to push, right? Push, and then I think that's it, right? We now can blur that. This is not an area like very, it's just we don't want this thing in the way, right? It's not like, oh, this needs to be perfectly accurate. No, it's not like the lips or some parts here that if they don't work, we immediately see that the shapes are malforming, so that's ugly and all that. It's not according to the character design. Well, this is more like, oh, just disappeared, just right, just get more regular, just don't get in the ways, and so it's a safer thing to do more randomly. It's just some simpler shapes also, right? It's just, now the problem is that the rest position, you see the teeth are here, so it's just that the mouth is wide open, and when I reshape that, I wasn't reshaping the mesh inside. There are different ways to do that. Okay, so let's accept this. Let's go back to here. I think my music has ended suddenly. Let's see here. Yeah, so next soundtrack. Right, folks, okay, so here can blur here, this bone, okay, so same thing. Let's push some waves here because this is close to the side. We can make a lot here, more waves there. Can get, yes, okay, now we can blur that. I think it is not good. Yeah, smear tool was again causing trouble. So here I'm just smoothing. Here we can smooth more, smooth a lot. That should be it. I don't know why this there is not changing color. Yeah, sometimes there are some strange things that. Okay, here I understand is that what there is wave on the other side is just too low. So the blurring, it respects what's behind, what's invisible, what is locked. So it is a mean sort of, right? It calculates according to what's next. So it's very interesting. So here it blurs that way, but as soon as I get there, well, it's not blurred because here is no red for this bone. Well, yeah, not for this bone. Not for what we see in wave paint here, right? Even if it's masked or even hidden. Now we have the last one, and I think there's a mistake there. This one is already painted, right? So here's a mistake. This can happen when, okay, so what's happening here is that this is an inversion. This is on paint, rogue waves on the wrong side. So yeah, just fixed it. Let's go back to this. Now same thing here. Let's continue. cannot wave paint that properly, so let's just use subtract, no, mix now. Let's do this and give some waves there, and then start blurring, and that's it. Then blur more, and then continue blurring, and perhaps peak up there, and that should do it. Okay, folks, are you ready? This is the moment where we'll see, not a lot, we'll just see if this amount of wave painting, I think it was solid wave painting, good wave painting. We're going to see if this amount of wave painting is oh, this is horrible. Okay, so very mysterious. I don't know why those plants do that. Okay, so this is very, very bad. I really don't understand why this happens this way, but it looked so good on the lips. But then, yeah, we start to understand some pattern, but this is interesting. I wasn't even thinking about it, but look at this. If we picked, okay, I need to make some relations to these bones. So let's fix this. I have an animation there, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so this wave painting ended up being tragical. So I knew this could happen. We've seen that in other circumstance, but I want to use the tweak bones. Maybe we can learn from this big mistake. So the tweak bones here, okay, these are the tip, the handles for the bendy bones. They have some automation rolling for in relation to this, right? So there are some automations here for rolling, but not for locations and other types of rotations. This is a problem. So to solve this, okay, they are parented. Yes, this is parented to it, but let's see if that's correct. So this is lip up left 001, relations, no parent. So what was that, what I've seen? Oh, this is the bendy bone, of course. Offset parenting of the bendy bone. Okay, so this bone has no parenting, okay? Because if it had parenting, sorry, that's too loud, the music here. So the problem is that if this bone is parent offset here, what happens? Yeah, that's very good for that. But then the system which I was trying to implement, which would be some sort of rolling here, better seen here. Yes, we won't see, but yeah, the problem. Okay, basically there's a copy rotation here, but only for the y-axis. This means the y-axis of this bone on local space. So it will roll like that. It's a roll of the bendy bone, twist. And so the offset parenting, like if I take this off, the bone is parented. Okay, let's say I've made a Control X. It doesn't actually have this row, right? It's clear, right? To have this row, I would have to make some you see how the bone relates, right? It is rolling like a ball in this diagonal, and here it's like twisting in crazy ways. Here it's rolling but in another direction, and with Y, with Z, with X, yeah, because so they are just copying the rotations exactly as they were. With the bone constraint, however, we have different setting, and the bone constraint so there's another way though. If we keep the parenting and instead I assign that role just to another bone, so this will be another way to do it. Like if I assign this role not to this target but to this target, okay, but then we need to disable this. Alright, so you see now the roll on this diagonal, right? For this bone, right? So it works, but then the difference in this thing, yes, I keep the rolling possibility, the rotation possibility. It simplifies everything, but then I don't have like some features here which affect like only the certain parts. Like this would affect, yeah, it's only affected directly by this. And this cannot be affected by this, which should be a middle ground between, right? So there are a hierarchy in terms of bone constraints. So this jumping directly to this bone constraint is not like very, or it's like not very versatile, and the offset parenting is also not very versatile. I had in the beginning, but then. So let's take it back. I know another way, it's just that it will take more bone constraints. So, but it will be more organized. So I want to, so I'm considering here, could be a child of bone constraints, right? Except that it will take off everything except this. We could place the child of in the beginning. I was considering copy transforms, but the copy transforms don't have these panels, right? So the problem of child of is because we cannot parent the bones to anything or the right start. But my practice of rigging now, I'm starting to like child of bone constraint because it offers some pivoting features which transformations yeah, it mimics parenting of sets, so it's quite versatile. The only annoying thing, two annoying things about child of bone constraint is that we cannot double parent, we cannot read a real parent, it will stack transforms. We can parent, but it will stack transforms, it's dangerous to parent a bone which has child of bone constraint. And sometimes you have to set inverse. So now there is a problem that if I roll this bone on, I don't know if I, okay, apparently it's as this did nothing, so it's not clear, but okay, we can scale that. okay, the important thing is, oh, I think we have a problem here. Yeah, we have a problem. So maybe, well, if it doesn't copy rotations at all, okay, this is the perfect rolling. Any other rotations of this bone is irrelevant, it's just the roll. And so this is the rolling that it does, the tip. But then this negates some other interesting changes that we can have. This just works for the x-axis rotation of this bone. The x-axis is what would make the rolling in this fashion. It's a very specific thing. However, if we want regular rotations, like exact, like if they simultaneously roll this way, right, as would be like the, then if I, oh, hold on, I think I got the idea. Okay, maybe I was doing wrong. It was not the, so it was the x-axis. So if I, okay, so maybe we lack some aspect of the transform, right? But this y, actually we should not be confused, because actually this y rotation is equivalent to the x rotation of this bone because of the spaces I've set. So as this bone rotates on its local x-axis, this bone will rotate on its own y-axis, and because I can only point out one for both spaces of both bones, we can play with the spaces sometimes to mimic what would be a copy transformation bone constraint, which is more complicated to set up. So this is an easy way to make a transformation if we use properly, but then sometimes we require to understand better there are limitations to this. So fortunately here it worked. So basically the problem with this, of course, well, it's not the problem. I mean, I see that perhaps the problem that I have, yeah, I lose the possibility to make, well, not that I lose, I can still rotate this manually, right? I just pick this and rotate on x-axis, but this do not do this anymore. I need to do this manually, so perhaps I would need some, who knows, maybe this is important. But the idea that I was making this roll, where it is, this one is so that rolling the, twisting the bendy bone would be very important for some feature of the mouth. Now what we see is that this thing changed all the mouth. This was something I didn't predict. So I'm starting to get, so this would be a bad idea for the waves that I done there, so I would just like to change the lips as it was doing. It's not wrong, but yeah, it's exaggerated, and so the problem is how irregular those shapes are also. Not only they are strong, they are too irregular. So All right, I'm playing just with that. So this, okay, so this failed for many reasons. Not this. This is okay, but okay, we are solving that with child off and copy rotation, right? So, and this we're not using yet. This so here, just assessing the. Can I just? So this, let's pay attention to this one. Yeah, what changes the target? So actually, I'll have to add manually. We'll keep using this approach. We can still rotate that, so yeah, it starts to get complicated. What I could do, it would be also complicated. I could have that another bone would be instead of this one. Then I could make an offset parenting, but another bone, or I don't know, something, another bone will be responsible for this. This means that we could take everything for this, and then there will be another bone that will do those fancy things here. So yeah, now I'm not sure what is better, right? Usually I dislike the idea of adding sounds of bones. Sometimes it's fundamental, sometimes it's like for organization it's better, logical organization. Here I'd say there's a lot of bones already, so this why. So if I start to add those things now, then whatever I have to retake later, so I'm a bit skeptical. But then I cannot make easy posing, and actually I want, so let's add this thing, right? It's just child off, right? Should we, does it matter if the child off is, no, it doesn't matter, because they don't affect anything. Okay, so child off bone constraint will do. So first, and then know this, set inverse, that's it. And then this is for the bottom one, child off, here, 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 then child off, set inverse. Yeah, so here we go, the tweaking is starting to work. Then here, of course, these ones, they need to be I took off the parenting probably for the same reason, so that they can do this. So let's do the same thing. So child off, except that without this, and scale, and here actually what I'm doing is not this one, it's this to this, and this, and this to this, and then we pick them both. We turn that on, set inverse. The problem is that must be one by one. I've lost the bone. Okay, let's do one by one. Sorry. Well, could you go on edit mode and select here, then set inverse, and then go on edit mode again, gets here, set inverse, there. Then let's bring it up, same thing here, set inverse. So you see, annoying thing about, one of the annoying things about both, so now this moves both, right? And now we have this, and now this. All right, this is ready. No, it's not. Why does it follow then? Oh, I already had, sorry. All right, and this already has, right? this one now. So this and this, so child off, set inverse and place it there. Child off, okay, first there, set inverse. Child off. I could do this simultaneously to all bones, but then I have to do this anyways. The problem is that I'm not totally sure if it can do that. It's annoying because I need to see there are some variations here which are not symmetrized, and then finding that back again after the symmetrization ruins these things can be very, or the copying, because the problem is copying this stuff, copy everything, not a single one. So this is something that Blender UI should implement at some point. Yeah, very can occur a lot. The more we rig, the more we find that this kind of thing would be useful. Okay, so this for the bottom, child off, here set inverse, then the child off, here set inverse, child off, here set inverse, then we are reaching the end, child off, here set inverse, same except this is the, so here child off, here and set inverse. There we go. We finished. Does this okay, now there is a thing that perhaps these ones, oh, forgot this. So here okay, so let's do this manually, just because I'm not sure what could go wrong. So this is safer, can do it like automatically without taking care of anything else. So now we see that this moved that, this moved that. Oh, this thing got it wrong. It's not this one. It's this wrong order, folks. Can happen. Okay, now yes. So you see, move this, 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 move this. The idea of having here is that this part is very interesting because we can, so those splines are disconnected, so we can have some degree of, it's not always good as you can see, but in many situations is good. Now we got something more cartoony actually, right? I mean, not that, but look at this, the how it starts to be shaping. Right? So, okay, I'm starting to get some ideas here about how we can develop this. Spline skinning is very strange sometimes. So oh, the chats have disappeared. Okay, so you see that this part seems to be regular, right? The bottom one. Interesting shape there for the. Then we start to get crazy deforms there. It doesn't matter much how we pose that. this horror movie is part of the experimentation, folks, so don't worry, we are not considering this, that this is the final possibilities. And okay, beautiful. I'm just curious about, now that we can see more in the teeth, we can check like how I think we can change this already. They start to annoy me a little. Yeah. Oh, I forgot we could do that, right? Ah, this is much better than what I were doing, right? Okay, but no, let's make them like that. Or now let's make them scale that way, so it makes more sense, right? And also no, in the middle between here. All right, so this is the top jaw and this is the bottom jaw. Of course they can be, we can move them, but it's the jaw can move, the jaw carries them, so it's not like, actually you don't need to see the arcade, right? Let's see. Yeah, I see the arcades, they are moved, but they are in the way, so let's scale this thing. I had issues with this excessive scaling, but so we can, the way to solve this, I don't know, I made something which I've probably lost the okay, scaling is, this lever scale is here on X scale 1.3 about that. So, and those bones have limit scale. Oh, it's no, limit location, limit scale. This sounds to be exaggerated, so limit scale, yeah, so maybe these are old values, something I forgot to assess. So now these interpenetrations are on the side, won't occur. Okay, so this was probably something that happened after some, so you see it start to get more interest, more manipulate, more likely to be manipulated, but the forms of the teeth should have, I don't have a scaling, vertical scaling, which should be actually very interesting. And at some point the only way to solve these teeth would be, the arcade would be with shape keys, if you want to make special shapes of the, not the only way, but the best way probably, because they only have 3 morphs. Otherwise it would be very complicated to reshape this mesh in like graphical ways, right? Unless we know exactly what we want and don't need a lot of versatility. Shape keys should be more direct to the point, right? Alright, and we can also do some other stuff, right? If you ask me. This is why I made this as a spline, so let's how do we do this? Okay, so let's say we the real question is, does that match character design? Yeah, doesn't match very well. So this is very complicated, right? If you had to. So, oh, that gave me an idea. Wow. Yes. Yes, folks, these are jawbones. The arcades are jawbones. Or they should be related to jawbones, so I don't need actually to create exactly this system for and I have jawbones here. You see them, I've seen this on another rig, so this is working. But what we had is that the bottom jaw, okay, this is, you see what it's doing, right? It carries these splines, but these jaw bones, they are out for the outside. They have nothing to do with the inside. However, although this is risky, because I lose control on the interior, right? If I want to make like separated contraptions, right? Separated craziness. So technically it would be accurate, to be scientifically correct, right? To make the lower lower arcade deformable by these bendy bones, right? But cartoonist speaking, it's stupid, because then I'd have to have other thing inside to make those. Yeah, same thing I have here. Anyways, I would have to have another set that would deform it alone. So I already have this other set. What I can do, however, is that I never tried to deform this yet, because I don't think it is the idea. Well, this is already the case, it's happening, right? But I mean, I saw something else. Yeah, you see it's pushing all the contraption. But I think there's something else that I miss. Yeah, my idea is that why do I have this if I can wave paint everything from that? Well, I gave the answer. So the question now is, okay, the contraption is following, and as you see, I can also, yeah, there's the tilting. If I'm not satisfied with symmetry, I can do this. I can have those immediate controls, but it's kind of crazy, right, folks? And the worst thing here actually is that the teeth and the gums and the mouth interior are not deforming very well, despite whatever thing I've made there, right? This is something that I need to find a way to fix, and I haven't found yet a solution to. I was expecting that these deforms would be much more interesting, right? But no. For the teeth, of course, it's the rest position of the teeth which are just too poor, and I intend to change that. Should put this into my objectives. Upper jaw. Do you see a character that has an upper jaw? This is only for cartoon stuff, right? Okay, so the upper jaw here. Okay, so it's completely tilted. Never mind. Alright, enough playing with that. I was thinking, so yeah, sorry folks, let's add this fundamental here, though. Reshape, arcades for better cartoony, I'll say Benny Bone rig. Yeah, so that's it. Let's going back here. Let's reset all these crazy poles, and let's go back to our failure here relative to the splines that we decided to wave paint. So in the interior of the mouth, things are not so bad, right? I think. Yes, you see the deforms there seems to be functional. Nothing special inside, seems to be great. Relatively accurate. So the problem is outside. A good thing in a sense, because I was very I was quite preoccupied with the interior, but the interior is fine, even though we need to solve it, right, to improve it. So how to develop this? We see that the problem is well, here on this, let's reassess the problem now, because we see that as we push this, okay, what if we pick everything? Then we can, yeah, then this is very bad. Of course, this is not the way to pick things, right? We want to have something, a bone. So let's make a duplicate. So now we're gonna do this. So I'm gonna make a larger bone here, which will be actually, so this is the idea, this is the roller, so it has nothing to do with, although it's transformed because this, yeah, okay, so this is unfortunate, we'll have to solve that, I forgot. So let's more quests. So take off lips, exteriors, waves from lips because of interaction with Y row baby. Okay, master, whatever. I know what that is. Before I forget, so this row that I have defined it for I was starting to build something, right, for lips roll. Yeah, I was starting to build the system. We want what is this copy rotation? Lips roll. Oh, yeah. Okay, this should be the same, right? There you go. So, but now you have another bone here. So this rolling does nothing. This rolling does not. Only this. This is just for the rolling of the B bones, right? So that's right. And if we want to roll on x-axis, we do that manually if we want. This one doesn't control that, that's control. This controls all of them simultaneously. Then here, we want all these bones, which are the twig bones, they control the locations also. We want all of them to follow this one. So this means in this case we could create a parenting. No, hold on. Yes, this is not that, so alright. Except that the problem is again, this would make those bone rolls. Yeah. So this is the main problem of having decided to make this into a Y roll thing. It's like for every time I need to make this split system. So maybe this one wasn't a great idea. I mean, we can do this, reproduce this rolling with an exterior system, just as when I was doing this. So I need, I could make this like, just like this. So this would still have some rotation on X if we wanted, right, for this. But in addition to all that, if we want just the rolls, we would do, we'll use certain bones that are specialized for that, and then they would relate to that. So this is a parallel system, and then there wouldn't be stacking crazy stuff, right? I wouldn't be dealing with this craziness. So I think I need to fix that. But I won't do that now. So what I want just is here the locations. So I will, the parenting will ruin. We'll see immediately, you'll see what I mean. So if I parent this, for example, here, okay, I have this stuff, then as soon as I try to, okay, then we have this, then we have this, and then we have this. So why those bones are not rotating exactly? Can you tell? Well, I already know why. They are countering the parenting. Although we don't see, but if I just, they have copy rotations, right? So just hide the copy rotations, and now okay, maybe I was wrong. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, so here, copy rotation, lips roll. Well, this is actually child off, child off. Yeah, they started going up, right? And then of course they have this. Alex Gushin, welcome. Russian or Ukrainian, this is Cyrillic. Hold on, I have Google translator. Translate, I don't understand. I know something about the alphabet, but very translate. On the other hand, if you feel with that position, keep up the good work. Okay, so there is, I see, yeah, there's some recommendation, right? Sorry, I don't understand, but I think it's a recommendation, right? If you can put in another language, perhaps, Portuguese, French, English, even Japanese, or German, or I don't know, but this then keep up. Okay. Yes, the Google translator didn't help me more than that, so I cannot know the extent of the meaning, assuming it was a correct translation, right? Russian, yeah. Yes, do you think that the Google translation was correct? Accurate, if you put a bit more phrases. I probably will catch the idea by translating, assuming you can understand what I'm speaking. Of course, it's a meanwhile, so I'm making this experimental mouth rigging for this cartoon character, and of course there's very bad things happening there. All right, so why? I see. I totally understand. These bones aren't parented to this. They just have a child off, which doesn't include the X rotation. That's it. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah. If you, but feel free to. I'm okay if you can post in Russian. Yes, Russian. If you can post in Russian, I can also keep translating. You just tell me yes or no if it's correct. Feel free. All right. So we have here this parenting, and we can ignore the X rotation for now and just make the parenting for everything. What we want for that is just the locations, right? So this to move the mouth around. So the Z axis should be useful for that, but then we see how the deforms. Yeah, so it doesn't help pushing the mouth. We need to counteract with some. Of course, don't even try the X rotations it will do for this. I knew the X will be compromised. This. Alright, so let's see. Yes, but the idea was not that. The idea is to keep pushing the mouth to the extreme left or extreme right, whatever it is. And yes, it's not a good sign, right? So this parenting is not only the parenting, this motion is not feasible with the rig that we have. Hold on, I'll see the. Well, it looks interesting. Keep up the good work. I'm too lazy to flatter the translator right now, so I'm sorry. No, that's fine. Thank you. So don't need to use the Google Translate. Just post in right away in Russian. I'll try to catch the meaning with that stuff. Don't need to, unless there's something so important that it requires to be in English too, because the translator doesn't help at all. There are many things going on here, and there's that list, right, of task here. Extend lips wave paint. So maybe you arrived right after I was explaining that. There is spline skinning here with bendy bones, and I expanded the waves besides the lips to the exterior, but to the interior too, just at this region. So this is before the gums, and before the teeth. So sort of reaching around here, right? So this the inner part kind of worked for the, if we ignore what's happening out there, there's atrocities. The expansion inwards worked for what it was supposed to do. You see, the mesh doesn't deform crazily inside, it just fine, right? But then the expansion outwards was tragic. because of some aspect of spline skinning in Blender with bendy bones here, like so. There's a bendy bone spline here, right? Here a bendy bone spline, and okay, wave painting, all that. There's something about the wave painting of bendy bone splines that I'm not quite understanding. So it seems that it has an orientation problem. The bendy bone spline is actually okay. Let's do something here. Maybe this will help. These custom shapes are not very adequate for what we are investigating here. So we see the spline has this orientation. Okay, so as it starts to push the mesh there, at some point here that this part is okay, right? Okay, the top seems to, so yeah, it was something about the orientation. Ah, look at that. Aha. Okay, that, never mind that, but that parts, this starts to make sense, right? Here. Okay, maybe the, okay, this is so important that we are going to destroy those crappy custom shapes. They almost make me lose faith in spline skinning. Actually, it was something about the orientation of the bones, and of course bad setting of the splines and wave painting, but a great deal was because this wasn't helping. So let's reset. No, let's not reset that, just take that off, and that's it. So we can, oh, the chat, hold on, sorry, I missed the chat. Okay, so I used Yandex Translate. Yandex, I don't know, it might be something. Oh yeah, you translated from Russian to English. Nice. Free online translation from English to another language into Russian. Yes, that's it. And back. Yes, and the translation works with WordFeed, right? I see. Interesting. Oh, it has Japanese too. Nihongo ga arimasu ne. I just know basic Japanese. Didn't know about that translate, but this icon here is logo kind of familiar. Just for fun, in this case, the lips are not better to make by morphing and drivers? Yes, excellent question. Morphs, shape keys, right, are excellent for exactly that, making the morphs. But I'm an experimental rigger, and I have some issues with shape keys because I had an issue with that. There are workarounds, of course. Shape keys are not very dynamic, they are a bit rigid. So for example, let's give an example here. I don't know if it will be a great example. I'll give you two examples of the reasons why I don't like shape keys. But I intend to use them at the end. I have noted this in my list here. So required shape keys, mount morphs, recessive. Okay, so so here, for example, we go on the where the armature here, then there's the eyes rig that was made with spline skinning, and hold on, we have the armature here, and we need the mesh of the face, the eyes. Okay, all right, so we have some stuff here. And so this, what happens here is that okay, too many bones, sorry, hold on, let's simplify this. Here I have a possibility of making expressions like in a fluid way. I have a sort of entire control of the, for example, shape keys would do this. Oh, you want a surprised expression? Here you go. You get the maximum expression, right? And that's great, but then if you just have shape keys, we don't have sometimes some tweakings features to make adjustments, right? And so I like this dynamic thing, right? To have the possibility of controlling in minimum details. And shape keys, it doesn't really have this. You build the expression once as shape keys, and then that is it. That's the this is like a pose asset, right? But very yeah, it's like a pose asset, but on the mesh, not on the armature. And so, and there's another problem. It's linear. It's difficult to set up shape keys, and so especially for some corrective stuff, they're not very intuitive. And so I try to solve a lot of things, although very complicated sometimes, with armature deform, which is helper bones and those other systems. So this is one reason. So all this was made without shape keys. It's not perfect, right? But here this was not the the best demonstration, but you see there's a lot of possibilities. And yeah, so, and this can be achieved without shape keys. And here there's a lot of spline skinning, by the way, but it doesn't require here bendy bones. But this can also be done with other methods. Spline skinning is not required, but it's kind of helps a lot. Well, I see. Okay, yeah, it is better not to choose between them, but to understand what is better for this or that situation, or combine. Yes, I agree. Combination, there's not a perfect method. Everything in rigging usually has pros and cons, and usually there's also the artist's preferences, right, for whatever reason. But it's cool to understand, indeed, to learn and to know what is available. And it's not I dislike shape keys, but for me there's another problem. I have difficulty with shape keys, is that by default in Blender, well, I use a lot of mirror modifier on my stuff, and if I add a shape key like here, then I start working on shape key in this stage of rigging. What will happen is that I cannot apply the mirror modifier. Error, modifier cannot be applied to a mesh with shape keys. So there's an add-on that can do that. So that means I cannot make asymmetric shape keys, no, symmetric shape keys. Like I would, because there is a mirror modifier, and I cannot apply the mirror modifier because there is a shape key. So it's a loop of impossibility. So I need to delete, apply, and then this is the point to start. If I don't have to apply anything else, like the subdivision modifier, maybe, right? Then I can start building, then that's fine, right? But I need the mirror modifier for whatever I do, wave painting. And so Blender doesn't automate this stuff. So this is one reason I avoid shape keys. And also there's an add-on that I found, but I need to reassess if it's still working at this point, Blender 3.6. So it's shape keys. No, I don't have it here, but I have it installed. It's apply. The name of the add-on is apply more object modifiers with shape keys. So it would allow this stuff to be applied. And I have a terrible issue because I was happy making shape keys for facial expressions once, and then I realized that I couldn't do the symmetric thing, like you have a blink, an eye blink with one eye, then the other eye open. With a mirror modifier that doesn't work with shape keys. You need to apply the mirror modifier. And then I was stuck, like hours of work, until I found there was an add-on that could solve at that time. But then I was already attempting other solutions, and then eventually came this stuff, right? And so let's go back here to the. But shape keys are very good. I still intend to use them perhaps to solve certain things on the teeth, perhaps expressions, maybe other things. So combining, it's probably gonna combine, but if I do that, it will be on the last stage of this, or until I need to test that add-on, right? It says apply object. Apply object. Yeah, this one. 2 years ago, last time it was. See if there's any. 3 weeks ago, the process not completed when the function is applied. Blender crashes upon hitting F3. This was. I don't see. February. Big issue. Yeah, lots of demands here, a few. Let's see. There are a couple of examples of solving this problem on YouTube. Interesting. I found it. My friend has also encountered. Interesting. I just usually model according to the style of the game, so I optimize everything. I see. So game projects, and then. Yeah, so the cool thing about shape keys, they blend shapes, right, for Maya and others outside Blender. They work for game projects, right, so very useful. Certain things we can do in Armature Deform, if you cannot bake them for 3D animation, then they don't survive exporting, right? And I'm not expert in that, but I'm investigating these things and I'm starting to learn. Okay, hold on. Let's. You can take a look, by the way, if you want. Yes. Thanks for the note. I will take a look on alternatives to this thing. if you have one of those links to send me that have a solution or something about that, that will be interesting. Otherwise, I'll take a look, right? Because I'm interested in shape keys, but it's just that they are a bit complicated for my workflow in Blender usually. Okay, so what we see here, hold on, let me just augment the soundtrack here. What starts to, oh, and also let's not forget the chat here. So alright, so what I've just found, which is a good thing by the way, is that one of the reasons why this thing was being so terrible in some portions of the mesh was that the splines were rotating, right? Too badly. And I wasn't seeing the handle in this way, so I couldn't assess its orientation in 3D space. So okay, it's still horrible there, but now it makes a little more sense, right? And actually the deforms seem slightly more regular. I'm starting to get an idea here. Yes, I think I know what will work for this. Alright, so let's see about this part. We push this here and we push here. Alright, there's something weird that part. And okay, let's try to rotate. A good expression, right? No, not so much, but starting to get cartoony, slightly beyond caricature. So I need to understand more about the what's so bad here. So okay, I know what I'm gonna do here. Let's. I know what this is. A mesh here. Wrong object here. So let's retake the wave painting of the lips outside. So the approach that I got was that I created a vertex group I've created a vertex group, many of them actually, to hide stuff. So I just want to look at what interests here. By the way, this is the mesh of the character, but it's masked, so it doesn't matter here. Okay, so the mouth has this starting response. Okay, there's something I should have fixed for a long time, and let's solve this at once. I am select linked, right? Let's do this for that. This, okay, no, let's do differently. I have a mouth interior bot. We don't want the armature for this. Alright, all the mesh here seems to be accurate, so we're going to change the rest position for this thing. Okay, but we have a little problem here. Proportional editing, yes. We'll take that risk. I can't send the link, it's being blocked. Oh, that must be the chat. I don't know how to edit this thing. Nothing happened, so okay, I think I cannot set this now. I don't know how to set this now. Perhaps, yes, perhaps you can, if you don't mind, perhaps in the comment of the video, under the, but I think it's not possible to comment right now. I don't know how to allow this stuff for the link. Can also send me an email in the worst case scenario, Blender art, Blender animatic gmail.com, Blender animatic. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Yes, that's it. So in the worst case scenario, yeah, because the comments are not open during right. So, but otherwise you can wait, and when the video ends, right? Live stream end. Oh, mirroring shape key in non-symmetrical mesh in the. Oh, I see. Oh, I think this is from Level Notion Studio, isn't it? Yes, I know this tutorial, but it's not exactly the same case. Yes, I know. I have liked it. Look, so this is good tutorial, but it's not exactly the problem. Yes, it's a mirroring shape key. You know, yeah, this is a different case. In this, I think it doesn't have a mirror modifier. It's this process of, it's a bit complicated, but yes, I don't know now how to do it, but I know it's yes, tutorials like this explain fine. So this, but you can't do this symmetrization when you have a mirror modifier, and this is the problem. And then if we do all this work, well, this I cannot say, but it could be interesting. Now gave me an interesting idea. Maybe, because maybe one thing that can, thanks. So if that's just the video, don't mind sending the mail. So maybe one idea would be something like that, like if we, how, when does that music came? Hold on. I think we got some. Never mind. Sorry about that. Music changed suddenly. Let's go back here. Okay. So perhaps would be something like that. Mirror apply. Mirror, right? Mirror modifier. Then shape keys, like in the tutorial, like make the shape keys for the sides, right? Left and right. And now the music doesn't play for whatever. Oh, it stopped today. Then this is strange, but maybe it works. I need to investigate. Because vertex groups, they exist even with or without mirror modifier. Vertex groups, they are also symmetrized by mirror modifier automatically, so they will survive the same, and sometimes vertex groups can be used for that, for shape keys left and right. So if I have a vertex group left and a vertex group right, like I have here, yeah, I have many, but let's say, yeah, here, this is the vertex group on a mirrored mesh. Now there's another crazy example. It's for the modifiers. It's the craziest thing in Blender. So for example, I have this check this. I have this let's say, not masses. Okay, let's say I have this thing, right? This is a shape key for left as this this thing. It's for a modifier, which is here. It targets that left one, right? Then there is also a red right side one, and there is nothing. It's empty, but it exists as an empty vertex group, and because there's a left that selects this, and this is mirrored mesh, by the way. This is mirrored mesh, right? Not symmetric. It's not anything here. It's just mirrored mesh. So it's everything here is false. And then we have our shrink wrap, the same bound constraint, but for the right side and targeting the right side, which has nothing. But because the vertex group, they exist all together, then it makes, so that's why they exist simultaneously. Apply symmetry to the object. Oh, there is something like that. Yes. Let's see. Okay, let's say I don't have a mirror modifier. I've just deleted it. Okay, so this shouldn't be so. So I mean, if I pick this and then mesh mirror. Okay, we need on global 3D mirror transform symmetrize and force symmetry for both. To maybe the no, that's not the case. Or maybe this is I think it's the mirror anyway. But let's symmetrize, maybe positive x to negative x. Yeah, this, maybe that's the point. Then we have some, okay, that works. What about the, okay, but then those things are ruined, but it's not big deal. But what about the vertex groups? Let's see, for wave painting, right, the armature object. Yeah, then wave painting becomes a nightmare for me, because I cannot wave paint without mirror modifier. It's just too difficult to wave paint for me without mirror modifier, because you have to, then now you start to, okay, you can rely on that, but then there are many things that, yeah, mirror modifier gets things much easier. So yeah, that's an interesting approach, but then this will mean I'll have to wave paint everything without mirror modifier, and that is pretty annoying. But that idea works, right? You see, as a so it's interesting. Apply symmetry to the object, right? Mirror stuff. Just don't break anything. I don't want you to lose the whole process. Yeah, no, don't worry. I have thousands of backups here. That's fine. But thanks for the idea and the video, the recommendation. Unfortunately, yeah, my workflow so far, I just need mirror modifier so much because of the facilities that it gives for my work. Maybe in the future I make up my mind about other workflows with like double-sided mesh, right? But usually and mirror modifier has some limitations too. It causes some trouble, like for shape keys, right? It causes trouble sometimes with the clipping, which is crazy. It causes some, even for, but usually for wave painting, right? So I wave paint a lot, and since I experiment a lot with the rigs, having mirror modifier turned on for most of the time, having a mirror modifier, right, to start is very practical, right? So this is why I try to avoid stuff that other workflows that don't rely on mirror modifier, because for me I just don't, why they are not using mirror modifier. It's so good, right? Of course, if we are into a project that, oh, I need to shape keys, right, then we probably should just get rid of mirror modifier and find workarounds to the problems, right? I like your work, you're cool. Thank you. This is an adaptation, right? I have a 3D character. Let's see the model sheet here, and it's I've been rigging for about 2 years, but before this I was a 2D artist mainly. I used Blender like for 2 years, but just for low poly modeling, just hobby things. But I draw for a long time. Sorry, I was a 2D artist. So here's the model sheet here. Not very good actually, but yeah, drawing model sheet is very bad. Let's see if we have. Oh, there are a lot of stuff here. Hold on. Yeah, so there's even a 3/4 face somewhere, like, no, hold on. So here I have a and the 3/4 face of frontal view, side view. Let's see. Here also has a 3/4, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3 here. So here we could probably be able to. We don't see very well because the. Yeah. So it's not. We see it's not matching. If this is correct. Oh no, it's matching. This is the 3/4 view. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I was wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No.
I'm confusing right now, it's not working. I don't know how to count. 1, 2, no, I'm pressing it wrong. So 1, 2, 3 is the third. 4, 5, 6. So just use the 5. I've lost the, I hate that, sorry. Screencast always turning off, so it's 1, 2, 3, 5. So the 5 we can assess. 1, 2, 3 here, yeah, sort of match. This helps a lot in so the side view would be here, and this here I believe is the hair for, okay, the hair for the side view is here, and for the front view yeah, and yeah, okay, so that's enough for model sheet here. Just demonstrating some cool stuff. Actually, why don't you, okay, just don't bring there. I like you have this style. I of course thanks. This is, I was inspired by, yeah, that's a long story, right? I started drawing manga, but this was in the early 20s. Oops, some played accidentally some stuff here. So basically, I draw very fast here. Drawing here will be horrible, of course. Let's see. I draw for a very, very long time, but in the very beginning, I was like addicted to manga anime styles, right? And then I draw a lot until I got burned out of drawing that thing. For like 8 years, I was bored with, no, for like about 6 years in my life, artist life, I was like just drawing something that I didn't like anymore, until I start to have the opportunity to find research, find out new styles to influence me, and then it slowly started to, oh, this is interesting, oh, this is like what I like to do, something more cartoony, something more fluid than manga, not so organic, well, still organic, but not so realistic in terms of proportions, something more like, I'm not finding the, sorry, here, the annotations, so if I were to, yeah, Blender UI can be really annoying sometimes. So for example, if I were to draw something like now, so this character here, right, Dorothy, here is, need the eyelashes, and then of course yeah, so get all that, and of course the ponytail, which is, she has the, no, not this line, so this, yeah, okay, there we go. So just a quick sketch. So this is how, yeah, if you can understand, you're probably good at English, because you can understand spoken English, right? Yeah, so for a long time, so this style developed. I was never very good at like designing new stuff, original stuff, you see what I mean?
So that's why I used to try to draw something like manga. I wasn't very original in my graphism, so I kept stuck at that school. I mean, of drawing for a long time until I was burned out of that, and then started to wanted to create something new until but it only came up productively, right, when I started to see real cool stuff from other artists. Like, for example, this blowed up my mind, some French BD, bande dessinée, right, so comics from French, Belgium's school of graphism, right? But what from there really caught my attention was the Poisson Pilote editions. It was a collection actually with this particular style. Yes, we have. I'll go directly to the point. It's the Miss Patouche. Yes, this. So this artist, this art style was really shocked me, and wow, and this kind of broke the manga that I was doing, right? So this is they call it like a. Yeah, so this stuff, right? Very, very expressive lines and very, the colors not to mention. But this is a whole school, right, of graphism from Poisson Pilote or the certain artists. So it's a movement, right? Quite old actually, right? They follow that principle of the clean line, I think in English would be. Like Tintin, those Belgium and other right, all those stuff, right, from, and then so this inspired me because it's very expressive and very fluid, but of course this is actually very technical, right? So it was not for me. But this inspired me to draw more fluidly, which was something I was researching. So I stopped drawing just some plain manga, and then started to draw something more organic like that, trying to, right? So this was what really inspired me actually, right? Thank you. Sketch, yes. Drawing in Blender and with these tools that I'm using very bad. Actually, creating a new file would be better. But okay, let's go back here. If you have can keep chatting meanwhile, I will work on that. So what I was here to do. Okay, one interesting concept here. Why the mouth is open like that? Well, because my idea is that this requires a proof of concept for this particular case. My idea is that by having an open O-shaped mouth, sort of, with good anatomical details for mouth, even though it's not very cartoony for this character, but this would help that the shapes on the rest position for the mesh here, and the bones, of course, they follow here. As I deform the mesh from this rest position, because Blender and CG, right, usually use the skinning algorithms, which rely on wave painting, right? This rest position could help in having better deforms as the mouth assume a variety of poses. So if I started with the mouth closed, maybe it would be harder to achieve that pose or some other pose, crazy pose. So this is sort of a hypothetical intermediate pose for in between pose for whatever other pose that I would like to do, cartoony expressions. But this is just a hypothesis. I don't know. I have never rigged them out completely, so I don't know. So this is why I'm experimenting. I know this concept of rest position works because I was testing it, and it's yeah. So that's why I have this pose. It's good for the side bending. It's good for the nothing is good for this. Yeah, it's kind of good for the gluteus, the buttocks area. Is good for the crotch, except not when it rotates here, but it's acceptable. We can solve that later. And it's good for, especially, it's good for that pose when the leg is like here. So it's not perfect, but it helps all those deforms. Of course, there are problems with doing this because if you want, I could show you my style. Sure, yes. I was about to ask if we kept talking, but not so smooth, but also interesting. Sure. Let's. If you have a style, certainly interesting. Sorry if I'm distracting you. No, that's okay. I'm here for also chatting and exchanging experience and whatever art forms. So sure. Do you have a link, some site somewhere? Yes. Sure. Show me. It would be nice to visualize. Okay, so here, meanwhile, I'll try to. Okay, there are two things. Sorry, I'm confusing here. I wanted to do two things. One thing was change the rest position of this. So, and the other thing was, found a way. Okay, so the gums, the teeth, and the tongue, we could use this, and also that part maybe. Yes, and also that part. Let's change the rest position of this. Oh, that's right. It's using proportional editing. Maybe this is a bad idea at this point. Yeah. So, I see also connected some mesh there. So it'll be very hard to do without. Why I'm doing this that way? I need to change these things. Okay, so mouth interior region. No. So mouth region. Here we can make some crazy stuff like that. Yes, I could start by probably hide that. Yeah, let's do it by analysis, by parts. That will be the best way. Here I can probably also hide that. Now we need this as a reference, spatial reference. Okay, then we pick this gums. This is bad. Maybe we can pick by material then. No, also not. So this, what about this? Not bad. So this maybe, no. All right, I think this will be nice. This is plausible. Yes, plausible. That's great. Then actually let's make a let's save this as a way to move all this thing, right? So hide bottom whatever mount material jaw arcade down. Assign that. So that means that this is for tilting this arcade only. There we go. So yeah, but it's complicated right now. I need to spread them apart, so we need to, at least we have it. I'm going to, I think I have a mount region top already, so it's already hide it. Alright, that's fine. So okay, I kind of already had it, so I created a stupid, but now that I've created, I'm gonna use it. Just, so sorry, if you want, I could show you, okay? There are my works on my channel. Okay, great. So hold on, let's check it. YouTube channel. Alex Gushin. Oh, I see. Anthropomorphic. Oh, is that the style? That sound interesting. Hold on. Shorts. This drawing. Oh, this is a cool drawing. So, oh, I see the drawing with two hands. Oh, this is very cool. And then some sort of graphism combination, composition. Design art, street art. Oh, that's interesting. And those illustrations and speed modeling. Oh yeah, so here's some 3D stuff. Okay, cartoon, right? So animation. Yeah, that's interesting. So, and then I think those are other stuff, right? This is yeah, there's interesting colors there and characters. I like this shape. Is that just yeah, some animatic. Good drawing for very expressive and fluid. The lines, yeah, I like very much. Very interesting, these solutions here. Lots of shapes, right? Organizations here. And yeah, well, very yes, there's lots of shapes and graphism solutions. Very sophisticated, actually, with the colors and everything. Real cartoonist. Yeah, that is beyond my skills in terms of the ideas of the shapes, right? Graphism, very a deeper research in graphism, in cartoons. This is I can do very well. I'm too stiff with the more conventional stuff like that, or at least but I like very much, really cool stuff. I'll actually, let's add here too. Forgot to. Okay, there's here. I'll add and then I'll let you inscribe and then I'll check more stuff, right? Thanks for sharing. That's very important. I want to see more. I really like those cartoony drawings that on that video. Want to check more on that. So I know a lot of cartoonists. I'm from Brazil, so I have many friends that are cartoonists, but I don't consider myself a cartoonist. Cartoonists often have better humor than myself, and they have more. Many have very solid, structured political critics, right? And on the media and everything, so on the daily thing, right? And I'm more to the fantasy side, science fiction side, the impossible. I'm not so much into the daily stuff. And so, but I know a lot of cartoonists, and that's really, and I know the certain aspects there of the graphism typical to a cartoonist, right? It's like there's how to say, there's a more inclination to do things more not on, I don't mean in an expressive way, but nor a simplification, but there is things to flow very well in the cartoonist domain. So my drawing is still very far from cartoon, because no matter how much I can simplify, for me what I'm trying to the shapes in 3D that I'm trying to construct are somewhat inspired by this sort of cartoon here. You see, for example, the mouth shapes, yeah, this kind of stuff, right? So they are, yeah, look at that mouth shape. So I try to, but I still don't know how I'm gonna achieve this in this character, right? My drawing is not like that's how it's been hotel. My drawing is much more organic than that. That one is more fluid, more animation stuff like Cartoon Network styles, but also very fluid, very dynamic. So this is why it relates to my drawing, but I cannot draw that way. It's too stylized. My drawing is a little more anatomical, let's say, and it makes it a bit more rigid. But I like those expressions if I can achieve them on here. So here okay, let's finish the displacement of this mesh. So I need the vertex here, the mouth interior top, no, not that, so too many stuff to take into account here. So mouth region first, then mouth interior top, right, and then faces, because why not. And now we're going to do the magic finally. That took too long, a bit too long. What's happening there? Oh no, this is just the bones in front, right? Alright, I need another point of view here. Vertical split. Let's make it a front view, right? And then here okay, yeah, like that. Or should we could consider like that, right? But doesn't need to be that protrude. So okay, we could consider this better, more like here. Yes, okay, that's fine. Now for the not yet, let's just pick this one and swoop, and then all this face. There we go. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, here it's a bit sooner, quite sooner, but still late here. Not too late here. Night, middle of the night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I should go to. Yeah, so feel free. Thanks for being around and commenting. It was really nice to meet you. My pleasure. I would even like to add you as a friend. Sure. So I use Discord. I have this. That's my name there. I'll just find my code here. I need to. So it's a where it is. It's like here. It's copy somewhere. There. Yeah, copied. Okay. So then paste here. Yeah, you can add me totally there. There we keep chatting, keeping content. And here let's add also, just in case. So yes, add me there. We keep chatting. We keep exchanging figures, drawings, ideas, and then tell me what kind of project you are working with. If you are using Blender to make, yes, for making games, right? Game projects. So that's very interesting. I'm interested in learning Godot, which is a game engine. For this character is not exactly suited at this moment as a rig for Godot or game engines whatsoever, but maybe it. If I make some tweaks, it might be possible. I'm making another rig, another character, low poly, very low poly, that I want to attempt for gaming, but I don't have much experience there. So maybe, yeah, I'm curious to know what are your projects in gaming also. So now for the bottom. So feel free to add me. Nice to meet you indeed. So here, let's see. Yeah, this is a bit messy. I'll fix that later. We need here to get this thing. Let's see how different this is from the other one. Sort by name. Let's see, what is that? Oh, I see, that includes the top, right? Which might not be actually required. And this doesn't include the top, but Alright, let's add this one to this vertex here. Then lock. Let's change it here. We have some issues here. Yes, I see. There is trouble with the thickness of the lip here, and this region here again. It's always this mesh here. Yeah, let's bring it there. And here again. I have stand. Okay, I see here. Let's add an. Thank you. Okay, so we but we'll chat later at some point. But then I've added you. Thank you, and I'll continue here. But if you're going now to sleep, have a nice day and nice to meet you. Night, right? And I'm streaming every day, so if you feel free to come back many times in the day recently, because I'm deep into these projects here and it's been very interesting. And if you have also questions in rigging and everything, feel free to, or also ideas, feel free to mention everything. We keep developing this stuff, right? So here, so thanks again for being around and participating. Glad to have you around, Gushin. Okay, it's arcade down, right? Only arcade down. Now it's clear that this mesh here is not, it's too far away, right? So I need to approach this to the bottom lip. So this will make the everything better here. Yes, the front view, yes, now it looks much better, right? To see the, I don't know about this tilting. Oh, I see, I have an idea. Let's get it like that. This could be also scale this in this direction, rotate more to the bottom. This shows already a tilt. Yeah, lots of adjustments here, right? It's still very, very far, so it's like
yeah, I need to just make better curve for the arcades. I see both of them actually. So at this point is not anymore a problem of this part, it's really the it's not so much something about the scale here. Good night, I'll be back. Yeah, thanks. Happy blending. See, take care. Have a nice rest. We'll be here again. We'll meet again. I'm certain of that. As a quote from again. Again. Okay. Well, now let's continue here. Yeah. Here is 21, nearly 9:30 p.m. Okay, so it's clear that the teeth, this is why the teeth also are not growing, scaling well when I try to deform them. They are too like long, elongated in this direction, world y-axis, right? And they are not, they don't have much space there, exploration. It makes sense because the character mouth with the mouth closed is very small normally, so it is not adapted for this mouth shape, right? So actually it makes sense that the mouth is not the teeth, the arcade is like that, except that perhaps the teeth could be slightly more front here, right? So let's at least try to make some adjustment here. Maybe this will help. Here we can certainly try to solve these loops here. This we can smooth out. Keep smoothing that, but this should go without this, just yeah, actually it's more like this one. And then next one, yeah, this is a mess already. Going the wrong direction. Okay, let's try to this one will need absolute development here. Here, all right, we see where the problem is. Exactly. This is the arcades already. Okay, so let's try to fix that. I see here. So let's push this to the bottom. This more to the bottom, right? This one we need to push that and rotate. Yeah, now I'm getting it. Yeah, so let's work with that. This one also, it's, I see the big problem here. This should be, it's already behind the lips, so this got really bad, and now this will help all these deforms here, except let's
do it again. Smooth. We can try to smooth this instead. Then here. So just a little, and here start. Okay, now it start going down. Great. I see. More smoothing. Gonna save that. Now we can pick this. Yeah, okay, this is still a good one. The next one start to become more complicated. Okay, so you have this gap here and this gap here on the top, which represents, of course, what we need for this mesh. This mesh here, we already, yeah, we can still reorganize it by this, right? So, okay, this is looking interesting. But you see how far it is the top, even though I thought I have done it well. It's just an impression that it was good, but alright, sounds a little better, right? At least it's more aligned, but I'm not sure how it will work regarding the bones for the arcades, because this is another problem. After the transforms down the mesh, shouldn't be too radical. So change in rest position, not so radical, just maybe there could be more mesh there going to the side. I just feel strange how the concavity here could be larger, right? But it works. It's just a bit strange. Let's see if we can get the armature and the arcade bones to do something for our jaw bones. Okay, so the rest position, yeah, so now this seems very wrong. I have to delete that. We've changed rest position, so of course this is bad. Now I'm afraid, yeah, so this, now from this position we could say it, yeah, now this is wrong. What about this? No, this is very bad. Okay, so it's dangerous to change because they carry everything. We need to reassess the bone constraints and all the relations. I mean, yeah. So I'm not gonna touch this. The fact is that they are untouched. But we need to reassess perhaps the rest position here for the teeth here. Yeah, so there are two plans. One interesting plan. Yeah, I think this will be the best plan. So I'll keep the mesh on this rest position, however I'll change the rest pose for the arcades. So this means that to do that in order to do that, how much that scales is this? Nearly 1.1? No, it's not possible. There's way more. Okay, nearly 1.1, so okay, so I need to give a 1.1 scale for this bone here. How do I do this? On pose, so this is manually posed, right? Nothing's affecting this scale directly. So sort of a switch bone, right? So if I change the scale of the bone here, there's not even a scale on edit mode, right? So something that must be affected from here. So I have a jawbone. Interesting problem, right, folks? Rest pose problematic. So jaw that can perhaps do I have any any random bone which I can? Yeah, this will be the same problem. So let's say, yeah, let's do some random thing, right? So we'll add a bone here. And this bone okay, whatever bone, that's it. And it has this stuff, keep offset, right? Then it rotates, it's parenting, okay, don't bother. But then we have a sudden fact here in which alright, so some bone should affect it. And there's some mechanism that we are not using. Everything here is compromised, so this scaling affects everything. descaling effects, descaling effects, yeah, everything affects whatever. Okay, I've created one bone here, and why it is so difficult to think of something that would affect the scale of that to start with. Okay, maybe some rotation. Oh, I remember something. Alright, remembered something. We are not using this thing because this is a copy transform stuff. Transformation from scale to location. So we don't need this thing anymore. So I'm going to, because we have other solution for that. So just have this, the rest doesn't interest, so we can this transformation relative to z doesn't matter anymore. Okay, all that zeroed out. I have therefore the z scaling of this possible, so we could use the scaling of that. We could possibly lock these two because, yeah, so location also, we don't, this could be manipulated directly by that, so we don't want this. We can just this will block it, so what we can do here is just get this bone parted to this, keep offset, right, then same here, we can keep offset, this can be parted to that, okay, so here you have some system, although it not works perfectly. Yeah, that's it. Now this is dendro stuff. No parenting here. Just copy location maybe. And local space, local space. Something went wrong. Offset seems to be, I think they are just, this bone is being affected by another factor, which is unclear which it is. limit rotation maybe. Oh, no, of course it's not that. Okay, it's owner orientation, that's right. So this means that now this thing has some okay, so if I wanted to move it front, so we have some what's going on? Why this gets crazy so easily? Is this limit rotation? But that's fine. Maybe it's locked on some transform. No, it's free. That's fine. However, this bone, child of, it has difficulty in why does it require to be child of? Can't it just be? Oh, the child of was stacking constraints, of course. That's good, and then same here. Okay, the problem that it doesn't move up is another question. Is that because I changed the rest position and then it must readapt? I could really put this on the back because here it's like it's overly complicated to be in the front. There's just one advantage, is that not that this helps in anything. Okay, so I'm lacking this can go front, no? Oh, alright, I see a problem here. We should be able to get this offset, right? If we want. Alright. Then we don't want this to move, nor this limit location. Still moving, but it's just okay. So this is because we need to lock all that. rotations are the rotations are, I think, limited. I think I locked something there. No. Limit rotation X. Now here we go. Individual origins, so yes, we can. It was just harder to see, but there it is. Right, how we solve that other problem of the scaling factor? Could be just a driver for now. I'm out of ideas, folks. I just wanted the scale of an object to start, a scale of a bone to start on a certain value. Of this bone, okay, so a driver could do it, but I don't want to solve this as a switch, so that's it. Okay, I got the idea. Yeah, got the idea, folks. It's much simpler, just was perhaps tired about. I need this bone to be on a rest position, and then could be like, yes, nonetheless it will require some. Ah, I see. Okay, got the idea. Very simple. So we'll make a special system only for it, for that. Right. So here, duplicate, go up. So it will be. Basically, yeah, they don't need parent. No need parent. No need parent. Okay. Then this is parent. Okay, it can be parent of set, right? But then it has a copy location or something else, I don't know, that will have it move down just like that, and we don't know how much it moves down. We could try to calculate that, but that doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's do it better. Snap to grid, absolute snap. Let's here scale this bone in a 0.1. Right? Actually, yes. So then duplicate. Okay. Multiply by 2. Then we go here on, okay, get the parenting, then okay, it's still snapping, then we get on copy location, except yeah, could be word space, offset. No, offset here would be problematic, so local space, offset. Yeah, no, this won't work, so I just disabled the bone constraint there. Oh, the parenting, of course. Okay, that's simple as this, and if we offset, it goes crazy. Still don't understand why it needs to get crazy. Then it means the bone moved on its local coordinates, and in pose mode it moved 0.1 on y-axis, and this means that this bone here, this one, will scale, actually those two will have a copy scale. Actually, can't I do something else? Let's see. Copy scale. Maybe there's a way to tweak this. No, there's no way to do that in this way, unfortunately, so will require something more complicated then. It will be exactly a copy transforms, or just a driver, but the driver will be more complicated to negate later, or perhaps not. No, in this case let's use just a driver. So, oh no, the driver will limit the scale. Yeah, it will block the scale. It will be crazy. And the scale here we want to be controlled. So transformation here, then yes, local space, then it's like map from location, so Z, it's actually is word space just for no matter what, so actually it's not word space, it's local space, so location minimum that, maximum 0, that's it. And then map 2, scale, we get there we go, so scale 1, and maximum plus 1.1, and add, replay, multiply, replace components values. Oh, replace, okay, so maybe what this is bad, not sure, never use that, it doesn't use add, then limit scale, of course, let's bring it after. So let's see, this is not affecting the scale. So strangely, something is not working as expected. Let's see, bound 001, right? Local space is right. Inference correct. Map from minimum Z. Oh, it's not Z, of course. It's Y. It's local space. The Y is elongated. Yeah, and I also forgot this, so it's Y. Just this one is okay, then this we do differently. We add here, we can copy this value, put it here, this we can delete, location that, and so minimum that, and minimum, actually on this, because this minimum, when it is that, it will do the scaling. This should, okay, still not. It is the, oh, it is the X. I'm doing it wrong again. Now, yes, finally, so it works. Got my automation. So, if I don't want that to happen now, I just do this, right? So it already started. Of course, this is temporarily. This is just to have a different starting resolution, so we can always do these transforms in this way. It's like a switch. Interesting. I've never done a switch like that. Very efficient, quite. Not so, yeah, when it works, right, but it's a bit annoying to set up, so, but then, okay, and we can keyframe that. The idea, however, is to make this gradual, here, so we can, of course, this is already doing that, but this is not what I want. I want just to automate the change of the, because I don't want to change the scale on, how to explain. I don't want to, yes, I don't want to rescale the mesh itself. I want that the mesh rest position is that, because this was the original sort of. I sort of just liked it when the mouth was small and sort of closed. And now what this system does is that it automates the on pose mode, rest pose for the characters. It's already deformed with bone constraint, transformed with bone constraints. Now I just need to repeat this for this other one. So I don't know if those values are matching exactly. So instead, I'm just going to add a same stuff. Now I know what is a transformation bone constraint, which is gigantic and a bit complicated. So that I had to struggle to find my way, but then we got it eventually. So it's y, minimum y on location, then we go map 2, and then we pick this scale y as multiply. Yes, and multiply, actually we don't see the scale of it. I assume it is, yes, it was there. So the cool thing is this multiply sets free to keep deforming, so we can keep doing that. That's fine. We can keep the, so y, just gray out those other things, and here the x minimum will be that, maximum will be 1. Is that, no, it's scale. Oh, where, that's right, scale minimum, that. So now they are equivalent, and here, so this would be the, then we can move this anywhere we want. No, actually not, because it's aligned with the grid. If we move it, we can move it to layer X out of it, right? This is backup. Oh, this is a mount system that's not using any for a while. We're gonna attempt it later. So after all this craziness, I can say now that we got interesting findings for the deforms here. We are nearly getting this thing, I believe, how these splines should work. The wave painting, it had to do with the alignment of the splines. So we are starting to get some interesting shapes forming for even this large area, despite the horrid things here. But it's starting to make sense. It's not so horrible. Of course, it's unusable at this stage, but I see how to get this to work. So apparently, if we check the wave paint, of course those waves, they are too heavy on that area. We probably would need to push. Yes, then there's the problem of the mouth that they complicate how to push everything to one side. But this made sense actually. They're perhaps just too much on the outer region, that's why this bulge formed here. And it will always form if we had this amount of mesh. Let's try some crazy things here. Let's play with this thing, right? So I'm gonna pick this thing, and we haven't tested every possibility here that to understand. So mount interior, we select and hide, so we can also protect the no, actually, yeah, we keep this. Okay, there's no mesh to protect, so, well, there's some bad thing there that didn't I make something to exclude this part there? Mount slips large? Oh. Yes, this one, alright. Maybe you should include that too. Yeah, this is hard to tell. Okay, let's take the risk. Sign. So this means getting here, developing these waves. Alright, so okay, I've lost the selection. It's large, okay. Oh, I see, I was confused. This part is not selected. That it is so horrid that... Okay, we are going to... Yeah, maybe we need to blur this out. Okay, so I think this is the last thing I'm gonna do in this live today. Is to check if we can. We're gonna tweak some of this mesh here and see what we can achieve. If it brings us any additional insight, right? So, as you see, this is the bottom area, so maybe the lip from the bottom, maybe it's really unrequired to have those waves here. Okay, we see how perhaps this helps in shaping by spreading this apart. It seems to improve there, so good thing. But it will take forever if we had to be using this smooth tool that we cannot accumulate. No, doesn't seem to do nothing. Stroke, spacing, dash lines, and fall off. Sharp. That's the default here. constant, no, so cursor, no, never mind. So this will destroy, this will only hope. Okay. Okay, we are risking changing the okay, so something that should help here is the armature here. Yeah. Alright, we see what is being deformed that way. Mesh from the lips is selected by this, or is this just an illusion? There's some mesh there from the... okay, this is pretty bad. Let's... we'll have to... oh, maybe it was a confusion because of this. So let's... no, the lips mesh... oh, there you go. Alright, so let's not include this, remove, then select. Now it's clean. Yes, looks like it's clean, so okay, these assessments so far seem to be positive. Look at this. This is getting a good, more regular shape, and this is just adjustments to the bottom so far. Aha! More smoothing here also seems to... okay, about that. So smoothing of bendy bone splines seems to be the correct assessment of the influence according to the mesh geometry that we have. In this case, seems to have very powerful effect. But what about this area? Should we... okay, we see it starts to get great deforms there, so never mind. So you need to be careful about the amount of waves. You can't just put heavy waves and everything. It's just on demand. But slight waves seems to be effective nearly everywhere. As we see this amount of waves. Now let's check how this will keep developing if we okay, as you see, there are too many. This even that amount of mesh is too strong, so for that area, so we cannot push the mouth to this method, at least, right? Without this huge deform. So although it's good to be able to push that, our mission is not to push that, it's to push the pull them out with this spline. So the shapes are kind of funny, right? I probably need a control bone for these ones here, right? And here we start to probably, yes, this bendy bone here we didn't reassess, but you see it's the same problem. We need to pull the mesh here from here, but we cannot exaggerate there. What is WikiRigs? Hello, the commenter maker. So WikiRigs is just a name that I've made for a hypothetical rigging tutorial series for Blender, but that was meant for making very simple short tutorials. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Yes, the idea worked, but I didn't do a lot of it. But it was a good. Maybe is the only tutorial series that I think I would continue doing, because it's much easier to do, right? I've made a few ones that were with bendy bones that were so fast that I didn't just recorded some steps and with a soundtrack and that was it. No further explanation. And it was kind of cool to show some workflow, but certainly not a very great tutorial. Just straightforward. So it was, but very short, right? So this was the idea of WikiRigs, something short, easy, accessible tutorials. Different, thanks. Yeah, cool. So differently from many of the tutorials which I have been making for several months, last year especially, that took like weeks, if not months, to conclude, and then also they were very long and probably very detailed also. That's actually that was the other tutorial series which I'm not doing anymore. It is the rigs of the trade, and so there's a tutorial there that took like 5-6 hours, something like that, and took me months to make. So then I gave up on that strategy. I think I've made good tutorials that it helped me a lot also to understand Blender, but yeah, then the counterpart that many people, including myself, often want to watch shorter videos, because sometimes we are always in a hurry, right? And there are so many tutorials out there. Unless it's something we really need, we'd probably skip or just stacking tutorials that we never finish to watch, or there are moments, right? So I decided to focus when I make tutorials, shorter tutorials. I have done my own rigging. It can take a while. Yes. Rigging, besides being quite complicated and also complex in certain aspects, I like have 6 hours video tabs open. Oh yeah, that's yes. Rigging also, there's a lot of topics: mouth rigging, eyes rigging, leg rigging, eye key rigging, you name it, facial expressions, control rig, deform rig, whatever. There are a lot of stuff, so it takes a lot of time. However, yes, myself, I'm more of an experimentalist rigger. So for me, rigging is like an art form. I've just been rigging for 2 years, but I focus on it a lot for 3D animation, right? 3D animation, right? And actually, what I think currently that would be, I won't say ideal workflow, because maybe this is a wrong idea. But what I'm looking for now, for the future, for the near future actually, is trying to combine this custom rig, like where I do these things. I don't know if you use Rigify add-on, for example, or maybe other rigging add-ons that automate stuff for the rigger. So Rigify add-on is the conventional one, but it has some feature sets such as Cloud Rig feature set, experimental rigs by Alexander Gavrilov. Those are all in the Blender. So for example here, Rigify add-on feature set. Okay, here Blender manual, it's already. So I have here experimental rigs by Alexander Gavrilov, Cloud Rig, which is a more recent one, Demeter Zadzik. I think it was launched, published last year. It is free, all are free. Sessions Rigify extensions, Rigify is free. And so the cool thing that I found here, there's a presentation from Zadzik, very good presentations if you watch closely. I don't use Rigify add-on, I just know some basics. But the idea is that I believe, from what I've seen from that Cloud Rig, there's a certain tweak rig type which should allow that, like, to make what I'm doing here a custom rig, like everything from scratch, right? Custom rig. But Rigify add-on and other add-ons like ARP, Rig Pro, right? Those things like that. What those add-ons do, they automate stuff, and then this is not so much a custom rig, right? It's a preset rig. In the case of Rigify add-on, they use meta rig into generated rig, and this saves all the time, right? So this is valuable, all those things. And I don't use this because it doesn't make part of my workflow, because I'm more of an experimentalist and I want to, but now I'm interested in learning Rigify add-on, because in a great part because of what I've seen of the automation potential from Cloud Rig. I just don't want the Rigify add-on to do everything for me, so I want to tweak the rig myself. But one way to do it is this tweak rig type, and this I have to test it myself. So this is the presentation, but actually tweak rig type. Okay, so this is the presentation. This is the Zadzik. This is Cloud Rig presentation, and it was last year, 10 months ago. I'll even leave into the description here. He talks about some tweak bone. Yeah, you have to watch. Maybe you know already this presentation. It's a very good presentation, but it's very fast, and I've watched once, I didn't understand nothing very well, so I've rewatched later, taking appointments for each part. I tried to reproduce what he's doing, and most thing was successful. I didn't reproduce everything, just what interested me. And then, yes, at this point in the video, he talks about a rig type that exists in Cloud Rig, which yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. I think it's here. Cloud Tweak. So, and this Cloud Tweak rig type, it should allow to build the screen is on, to build custom rigs on top of Rigify rigs. So it's like a way to combine. I don't know if there are other ways. Maybe there are other basic ways that I'm not aware of. With the from the meta rig. So this is what I want to research. So if at some point I'm able to build rigs using Rigify add-on, and I have said, yeah, sure, I'm just exposing this because maybe this interests, and if you know something about it, or perhaps also this would be very interesting to discuss, maybe, yeah. So the idea now that I have, that I don't want to make those, because I've experimented enough. For example, Cloud Rig can automate those bendy bones splines, and so that interests me a lot. I had another add-on that did that, but now it's broken, it doesn't work anymore, it doesn't receive updates. So that's yeah, so if I could find a way to use Rigify add-on to combine with the making of meta rigs through that, for example, that learning different approach to Rigify add-on. And I believe that rig type specific, he barely talks about it, it's just a detail, that detail, I want that thing, I want to learn about that thing. If this is what I am thinking, then I would be like making my rigs much faster and using Rigify add-on, which would be cool, and at the same time combining with those features, not all but many, with those crazy rigs that I'm exploring here. So it will be the next level for me actually. Okay, so here I'm just testing those crazy some crazy deforms. It's not working, of course, but actually in great part it is working, because this is not what I had right before, a few hours ago. Despite the horrid results that we have here, some things are actually interesting in these deforms, and worth investigation. Okay, let's reset this hard thing. So let's go back here. Wave painting. So started to show potential. So this part leads. Let's continue wave painting here. If you find something about what I was talking about, if these automations interest you, maybe we can share some stuff also, because I'm not an expert in Rigify add-on, but now I recognize that if I started using it in a way that would be good for my workflow, then this would save, yeah, this will be a next level, right? Doesn't mean I would stop doing this kind of rigs, custom rigs, but I could use a lot more of the other approach to have stuff done in a fast way. So I could rig many more characters, rig many more stuff easier and all that, right? Lots of potential there is in. Okay, so here apparently we required, I think, more waves, in especially on that part. I'm not sure. Maybe more also here. Yeah. Let's see how this deforms now. Actually, under the top. If we turn this I understand what's going on. The one of the axes of this bone is compromised because of some bone constraints, so I wasn't able to pose this as I wanted to make all the rotations that I was looking for. Now I see, yeah, it's interesting. All right, I need something to control these splines better. Okay, this spline, right? The other side seems broken, but it's just perhaps because of how those splines are unaligned. Yeah, so I see another thing that seems to be very important is that, yeah, the bottom is much easier to solve because the splines are, the orientation are better to yeah, this is much simpler. Okay, so this orienting down, that of course is let's try to reset. Yeah, let's reset everything. This spline, yeah, it's we need something else to. Okay, this is bad, too much waves there. Start, some patterns start to emerge so that we can understand what is good and bad for that. All right. This means, okay, this means already two things for this rig is that we require to, yeah, so take off the systems there. Actually, where is the, yes, I have a chart here. Takes from lips because of interaction. Y-axis, create extra system just for Y-axis. Add mix of Benji. Of bendy bones, right? Alright, so we need to find that way, so but could add that should be the best idea to be more neutral. And the other idea was related to this, or the orientation of the splines and wave factoring. I need to head to bed. Okay, interest in what you are doing. Is there a place I follow your stuff? Well, yes, thanks for interest and presence. I'm streaming this rigging stuff every day by now, many hours later. So you can find me every day nearly in this channel. But I have a Discord channel. Maybe if you want to add me there, it's fine. And I have. There I mostly have my channel, and but I have updates. I've just made an art station, but it's more for professional stuff, right? You have one file here. Gnomes at art station. Like I have this demo here. That it's this character, right? The same character that is here, right? But for the eyes, right? After I finished that, I've made that after a lot of work on these tweaks here, and so you can. But there's also in rigging. Where is this? The forums. I have some. Hold on. Forums. There's a long time I don't post anything here, but here is like there's a project. I was rigging this character for a long time, creating this character, and there are a lot of stuff here. I need to update this thing because this character, so you can. And for Discord, if you want to chat, eventually I'm there. I don't know if you use Discord, but I'm in Blender community, so if you want, I give you my gnomes in Discord too. I'm in Blender community, Blender Discord, those channels, famous ones, big ones for Blender. Easy to find me there in case you participate. So yes, feel free anyways to follow this stuff and discuss those things. I don't know what you do, if you use Blender, if you do you do rigging also, animation, I don't know, games, projects, yes, Discord. So hold on, I'll just, no, actually I don't need that. I have already prepared this thing, so copy paste here. And mostly I've making these lives also to share content to like build community stuff. Just using Discord for me is not good enough, although there are a lot of cool people and work to know from Discord. I've started to make live streaming, sorry, and that is also interesting because it's another dynamic, right? Oh, mocap. Okay, I understand an animation. This area in mocap, it's something I'm slightly interested in. I know really little in Blender. I know there are some solutions. I've seen few things. I have many questions about that. I know people do tracking of the mocap from like camera, and then it adapts automatically for the character 3D. So this is really interesting. Like, could be useful for Avatar. Do you do stuff like that? Like, you know, those video, there are people make an avatar in their live stream, for example, with that. I think that is mocap, right? For I don't know how difficult is this, what the requirements. I'd be highly interested because I do 3D animation, and perhaps some motion could be tracked. VTubers, yeah, that's VTubers. That, so I understand very little of that, but I'm very interested in if if it's accessible, right? I think it's should be relatively accessible. I'd like to try out with those things and see if certain things can be done. Not what I do, but I have resources I can say, yeah, that will be really nice if you don't mind. I'd be interested to learn about that. If you have something, so you, yeah, feel free. If you, I even live stream some experimentation if I find out something relevant. If you think it's a good idea, like maybe something can be done about this, like using this character. I don't know what can be. I'm a 3D now. Yes, I'm a former 2D animator. So I know, but I'm not an expert in 3D animation. So perhaps some things, especially facial expressions, could be. Although it's actually cool to animate facial expressions, I ended up finding out, but you know, time. So eventually, mocap can be valuable. For example, for lip sync, right? Although for lip sync there are just soundtracks or of voice sometimes should be enough, right? So yes, thanks for the propositions. Yes, I'm very interested in learning about those things and sharing knowledge and skills in those artistic domains, technical domains sometimes. And yeah, so I do a lot of experimental things, right? So this is like a proof of concept. I'm supposed to fail thousands of times doing this until but so just to resume, there's this style here has been hotel that I know it's very far from the results I'm achieving, but it relates a little to what I draw, but not. This is way more cartoonistic and stylized than what I do, and there are some very cool mouth expressions here, very exaggerated, right? And yeah, so I can do something good already with the eyes, but I think and eyelashes, but for the mouth on a 2D cartoony style with 3D language, I think it's way more complicated. So there is a Pixar reference to, right? But so I'm exploring the potential of this spline skinning stuff, right? The bendy bones in Blender, but I don't know even if what I want to do is really how plausible it is, right? Here this looks really more like maybe I'll have to end up using shape keys, right? Or even why not 2D texture for the mouth expressions would be the most radical alternative, right? But I believe there is some potential in solving this without those options and use with armature deform. So here there are a lot of caricatural expressions, more in direction of realism than actually because of the shapes, right? The 3D shapes. but it's still very far from cartoony stuff, especially 2D, right? So it's quite frustrating, but I'm just beginning, right? In the beginning, there's way more things I want to explore in this thing. Some concepts start to work, and then we skip with what works and we discard with what doesn't work, right? So yeah, that's the whole story for this live streaming at least. And so yeah, I didn't finish here. There's a last thing I intend to do today for this. Let's take off some waves here. More radically, I mean, and let's see. Investigate what results that gives us. Alright, so here maybe that's enough. I remember that it was too much here. We need to have some influence, but it cannot be that much. Alright. Yeah, okay, so let's blur that already in that direction. Let's try now. No, it's the... I see, it's dangerous to push that. Okay, let's try here. Here. Spline orientation, alright. Uh-huh. We are getting this. Fine. Okay, so spline orientations, another note. B-bones splines orientations. Okay, that's starting to get good, and then okay, here too strong that influence, we know that already. This is good. Still, of course, not good enough, need less, but the expression looks good. We need a bone for all this main controller for center top stuff. Main This spline seems to be a bit strange, right? No, not strange. Too much waves on the nose, probably bad. Maybe it doesn't require any of this, so let's just get it stronger around here. And then the rest is pure blurring. Yeah, it could be like that. The rest is, why not? I think that. Let's assess now. I see that's too strong there. It is dangerous. Here, okay, so we can get this better. No. I think I didn't use the protector then. Yeah, maybe I'll have to see the chat once again. Here okay, never mind this, I will see that later. So although we are in this for a long time already, the results are arriving actually. I'm getting confident. We are finally discovering more about how to tweak those bendy bones. So here, why this happens? Looks like some maybe this is happening because some waves are not smooth enough, but not only that, this could be happening because, oh yes, maybe we should be more careful about this interaction here. And here also, maybe we could take care of this. Let's see now. Yes, it's much better. But eventually we can still break the rig with some horrid deforms if we are not careful. But now I'm thinking this has to do because, yeah, here, some very bad waves here. Naturally. So
let's try to fix this. Unnecessary strong waves in this part. Sure, we need some, and this spline maybe is too aggressive towards the upper direction too, while it could be more rounded. See how we can get this better here. Saving is important. Oops. Lost the blur tool, I guess. Yeah. Here I don't know. Yes, here that should help, perhaps, if we're able to smooth that area here. It's already better than okay, let's reset and let's see again.
Alright, so that's it, folks. The mouth shape here actually is not helping the orientations of the bones, at least the top ones, to be more regular for many varied expressions, and there's lacking of splines that do that. So maybe I should also change this position to something more O-shaped. So okay, 2 notes here. And this will be fundamental. Once I fix this, like, half of the problems are solved, but doing this will be the hardest thing currently. Alright, by myself. Fortunately there would be other alternatives. So we'll see, but so far we are learning a lot about the spline skin stuff. Thanks for watching, folks. If you have recommendations, and feel free. And sorry for the excessive time. Really, this is very time consuming and also energy consuming. So I hope you learned something. I'm trying to make those things faster, but it's very difficult for me, especially in the middle of the creative process. But it's a training session too. So I hope these lives get shortened and better over time. So that's it, folks. This said, take care, happy blending, and see ya next time. Bye.